Dude, the no load times. Oh, gets me. I suppose into it we go.
Let's go.
Might go explore this little bit right here first.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Why? We're not flying. Unless I do this. Didn't fly. Ow. Rude.
Come on. Faster.
Okay, I got it explored.
All right.
I don't need to fight these things.
We're not alone.
Cutscene.
Mockery of justice is what it is. Lord Elwyn would never have stood for this.
Quiet, you! I think we're loyalists.
Jill, look.
Rosaria must be cleansed of the stain which befouls her, that she might rise once again from the ashes to welcome a new dawn. 'Twould be a pity to make examples of you all for the transgressions of but a handful.
Of course, your lordship. You shall have our full cooperation.
Can't you autoplay when someone goes live?
Business could the Black Shields have in a village
That's right.
this small?
You haven't missed anything.
There's barely room to hide a bearer.
Then they must be here for something else.
That was
You
the first.
fancy
That was the
dancing
first
the
cutscene of the
gallows
day.
cheek like the miller's son?
All right, I heard you the first time.
You're a long way from home, aren't you?
Night terrors. I have 64,000. Let's buy one.
Much obliged.
Buy a potion. Buy 2 of them.
There you are. Much obliged.
I don't actually want to buy elixirs. I don't need them.
Keep to the roads now.
Excuse me, but what was all that about earlier?
You haven't heard? Someone's been stirring up trouble. There have been attacks on the garrison, supplies stolen. They even say a Black Shield was murdered. The Empire wants answers, and what the Empire wants, Empire gets.
Don't they just?
Keep your ears open, eh? The Black Shields will pay good coin for information on the culprits. You'd have to be dull as a sack of stones to think you could take on the Empire. What with their 100 full legions?
100? I heard it were 1,000.
Uh-huh.
You seen him, didn't you? I'm sorry. The Black Shields. Just now. You seen them, didn't you? At least I think they was a Black Shields. Can't say I ever saw one before.
Was this the first time they visited the village?
What do you think?
Oh?
Amber's the arse sending
Why are you making
nowhere.
noises?
And they thought we might be harboring firebrands.
Supposed to be silent.
If only we were. I might have turned him in and become a Black Shield myself.
You don't think these firebrands the Empire is looking for could be us, do you?
I don't know,
How'd you get it?
but we need to find out.
Don't ask me about my scars, man.
Greetings, friend. We are travelers.
I know
Travelers.
that. What do you want?
We couldn't help noticing those Imperial soldiers who were here earlier.
Don't you go telling these strangers a thing. I speak for the people of this village, and we have nothing more to say to you. You are to leave Amber and never come back.
May I at least ask why?
I don't know who you are or what brings you here, but your presence puts us all in grave danger. The Empire is a harsh master. Its demands are great, and its justice swift. But as long as we keep our heads down and pay our tributes, we are left alone. Some might call it submission. But if it will spare my people the Viceroy's wrath, then I will gladly submit. This village will not become another East Pole.
Then we shall be on our way.
So much for hanging out in Amber.
These people live with a knife to their throats. In the mistaken belief that if they cooperate, my mother will show them mercy.
Obedience bought with fear.
Are you all right?
Sorry, It's nothing. We still don't know who the Black Shields are looking for.
Well, whoever they are, the Imperials deem them worth pursuing to the back of beyond. But other than Martha, who else in Rosari would have the courage to stand against the Empire? A new ally would certainly be welcome. Can we find them before the Imperials do? Perhaps the next village will yield more answers.
Perhaps.
Oh, we're going around. Going around the old sneaky way.
This pass will take us through the mountains.
And directly into the path of whoever or whatever lurks here.
Yeah.
Ever since the auditory, we've seen more and more of these echoes.
What do you think is waking them? The mother crystal's collapse?
I have an idea. You're not going to like it.
Twitch edge. What's up, Cap? More dudes, huh? Ready to sit with the Eepy, oh man. The big Eeps. Oodles and oodles of Eeps. Marshmallow Eeps. Beam, beam. Beam, 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 beam. Running through the mountains, going get to the port side.
More of my mother's land.
Ow. What's up, Adam? Moving to the mountains, gonna eat a lot of rocks. Much. Not much, man. Not much. Those think you're supposed to eat rocks?
Blood.
Yeah, have you tried? What about the dude from the Labyrinth?
And still
Or not
wet.
Labyrinth, Never-Ending Story. That guy eats rocks.
You were told to stay in your homes.
The Black Shields.
You tried as a child. I mean, salt
You
kind
know
of just a
who we
rock.
are, and still, you would bear your steel. Why then, we owe you our thanks. You have saved us the trouble of an interrogation.
Seen there with or
To
Never-Ending
dwell
Story.
in darkness, that we may purge
Looks
the
like you got
night
some homework
and
to do.
welcome lasting dawn.
That's a rock or a
On
mineral.
these, our swords we
Probably a mineral.
swear.
Say that again.
I don't know. I'd have to ask my friend who is a geologist.
I'll show you a true shield of Rosario.
He would know. What are you, a newborn? Oh, you guy got disintegrated. Dark Crystal is pretty rare. I haven't seen Dark Crystal in... I haven't seen Labyrinth or Never-Ending Story in a very long time either, but it's been like even longer since I've seen Dark Crystal.
Tell me what I want and the end will be swift. Who are you looking for?
Why, you. We come bearing a message. Your friends have been found. The branded you freed from our camps.
Crystal terrified as a child, yeah. Dude, the crow.
They await you.
Crow,
in
raven,
Odil.
vulture thing. I hated that as a kid.
Guardians of the flame.
Those are Old Hill's gates.
Then we hurry.
Those are all hill gates. Your little toasters, Victor. I watched Edward Scissorhands a lot as a kid.
find something, boy. Death.
You can see Revel's, yeah.
Found her.
I also watched a fuckload of The Beastmaster. That was another movie. I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid, but I used to watch The Beastmaster like on repeat as a kid. They're all branded.
This was my mother's doing.
Of course it was. Your mom's kind of a bitch. We learned that
anyone.
18 years ago.
I never truly understood her. But this...
Oh, Clive.
Does he know he's not any Beastmaster? I've watched a fair amount of Hercules and Xena as well, but
and I will end it.
I had Beastmaster on VHS and I would watch that shit on repeat sometimes as a kid.
We should go.
Yes.
Result in night terrors and
We
pre-screen
can't leave
stuff.
them here like this.
We won't. But if the Black Shields have made it this far south, they may already be in Port Isolde.
You watch what shows that weren't cartoon. I didn't watch it. This is the funny thing is that I had kind of a weird. I don't know. I guess maybe I was a weird kid. Maybe I don't know. But I didn't watch a lot of cartoons. I watched like Street Sharks. You know, everybody else watched like I don't know, like Ninja Turtles and shit. I watched like Street Sharks and Transformers, and that's about as far as my cartoons went as a kid until like Ren and Stimpy worked its way into my brain. Mom loves scary stuff, so we're gonna watch. Yeah, that's how I was too. Mom was her as well. Yeah, both of my aunts are big like horror buffs, and I would spend a lot of weekends at my aunt's growing up. So I watched a lot of horror movies via my aunts as well.
We're approaching Buick Bridge. Though I doubt the Empire would let us cross over to Rosalith.
And I guess my mom kind of likes horror adjacent stuff. She doesn't like. I guess she doesn't really like modern horror, but I guess things from like the 80s that were considered horror she really likes. Like more of the cheesy horror stuff, like Tales from the Crypt stuff, and a lot of Stephen King movies, which I guess would be classified as horror, even though they're not really scary.
I did, Mummy. I could hear him shouting from down the road. Hush, no. You didn't hear nothing.
Jump scare, yeah, the jump scare stuff is, it's so boring. Atmospheric is the way to go. I can enjoy a good atmospheric horror movie, much like video games. Like a scary game that's nothing but. That's why like the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff is just so. Oh, because it's just would we just blast something super loud and big in your face? Gotcha, ha ha ha. Like there's no atmosphere to that shit. But now something like System Shock 2.
They're all Rosarian.
That game does really good atmosphere. Slasher flicks. Yeah, slasher flicks, like I watched a lot of Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. Courtesy of my aunts. They were big, both of my aunts were big Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street fans. We're not, are we not in battle? How the heck did I bring up the map? Body horror stuff, yeah. Like, I don't know, I'm a big fan of, I guess it kind of depends on the person, but there's a lot of stuff that I consider to just be like cheesy, schlocky horror. And that's the stuff that I like. Not the salt, yeah. I don't need to watch some directors like take on gore porn. Evil Dead, yeah, Evil Dead's one of my favorite series of all time. I love me some Bruce Campbell. His teeth or nails, yeah. I've never played through the Dead Spaces, but I do know of the one scene, I think in Dead Space 2, where you have to, like, basically give yourself, like, you have to, like, do, like, LASIK surgery on yourself, basically. Yeah, that's, like, the one thing about Dead Space that I know. My boy Bruce. Love me some Bruce Campbell. Dumb and hate it? Yeah, that's fair. Definitely not for everyone. I love it though. Really like Evil Dead 1 and 2 are Evil Dead 2 is getting there. I think it's because they tried to be, well, Evil Dead 1, Bruce is like a no-name.
What happened to this place?
Like his first role and he's like 17 years old.
Those who lived here didn't stand a chance. Let's hope my uncle fared better.
By the time Army of Darkness came around, Bruce kind of figured out his character. This Army of Darkness, yeah.
That's the main gate. And it looks like we're not the only ones hoping to get in.
Army of Darkness is one of my all-time favorite movies. The new Evil Dead, non-Bruce ones, yeah.
Let us pass! My children are starving! Have mercy! Voice-riddled dogs they are!
It's our cozy movies. See, there's another thing where it's like, where it's like, I didn't grow up with those movies at all. Like I've barely seen any Pixar movies. I can probably count the amount of like kids Disney movies I've seen on one hand.
Unnoticed. We'll need to find another way in.
I think the closest thing to like cozy, wholesome stuff that I watched a lot of as a kid was like Land Before Time, but those movies are kind of fucked up.
Or at least bribe them.
I suspect everyone in that crowd thought the same. Was that the only way in?
Officially, yes. Strictly speaking, no. My uncle once told me that the nobles had tunnels built so that they could visit
Before Times are too sad. Yeah, they really are.
The Lazarus.
Cozy movies watched came with college, admin on Netflix. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. It doesn't do it for me, which is fine.
We'll find our way into the city there.
If you're sure.
That's why there's different types of
looked
movies.
abandoned.
Not every movie has to be for every person. All those old cartoon movies, yeah.
As long as it is abandoned.
Fox and the Hound's kind of messed up too.
The good news is we haven't seen a single black shield since Old Hill.
I mean,
Maybe
hell,
they
even
found who they were looking for.
Bambi is fucked up. Officially. Man, I should make. I've talked about this with, I think, Windmaster before.
This is nothing like I remember it.
I was gonna make a channel point redemption
ground
to
can lose its
read,
luster.
to open up to a random page and read an excerpt from the Metal Gear Solid book that I have, because it's fucking horrible. New Indiana Jones. Oh man, I heard that it's pretty decent. I haven't seen it yet, but
Oi! Visitors!
Apologies. We'll show ourselves out. Or not.
a lot of dudes. They're good. Ignition is too strong, dude.
I've only ever seen one man fight like that. And he's long dead.
Then perhaps it's time you joined him.
The blessing of the Phoenix. It can't be. I was there when you died. Huh?
What are you, Wade? Tyler, one of the two?
Forgive me, my
Wade.
lord. I knew not whom I addressed. You have naught to fear from us. Founder, it really is you.
I watch this about, yeah. Especially if it involves two girls that find out that they're related and then continue to get down in the school cafeteria or lunch or kitchen, and then one of them gets abducted by a dude with a flute.
Speak inside.
Yeah, flute dude saved that movie.
And those who wouldn't bend the knee?
We left before the Empire could make examples of us, though we didn't go far.
This kid actually liked for the
We
reason I
banded
watch it
together
again.
to
There you
form the
go.
Guardians of the Flame soon after. Alas, there is only so much a handful of aging shields can do against the might of an empire. But
Gift of the flute man.
we've seen to it that their stay has been anything but
Yeah.
pleasant. Of late, though, we've had our hands full just trying to keep the Duchy's few remaining bearers out of the Imperial's clutches.
The Cullings.
I need to sit down and watch this. Watch the box set of Ninja Vixens that I have.
Aye, the foul work of the Black Shields and their mistress.
You mean my mother? But it doesn't make sense. Even knowing what I know about her. Her hatred for bearers was no secret, but she wouldn't have been ignorant of their value to the realm.
Where's it? Yeah. So bad, but
No
so funny.
offense, my lord. But in case you haven't noticed, the Lady Annabella couldn't care less about the realm. She barely even cares for her own home. That much has been plain since the slaughter at Eastpool.
Oh, this one over here. And I remember, I think his fingers are like going crazy,
since
and it's like
granting
it's on
the
like a
Holy
sustained
Emperor a
note,
new
and his
heir,
fingers are just
her
going
obsession
crazy.
with bearers only seems to have grown. As to why, I don't know. Maybe she can't bear the thought of anyone having the power to challenge her beloved son.
Her son.
Sir Wade, the Black Shields have broken camp. They march in full force for Buick Bridge.
Then so do we.
Make ready.
This is their main host. If we remove the head, perhaps we can prevent what happened at the docks from happening somewhere else. If I do nothing, then the blood of their next victims will be on my hands.
Yours and ours. We too have witnessed the crimes these men who dare call themselves shields have committed in my mother's name. It cannot be allowed to continue. We must put a stop to this madness.
We must.
There is a very
us go with you.
incredibly uncomfortable 16 halfway
For the
through.
good of Rosaria.
I was hoping you'd say that. Very well. If that is your wish, I would be honored to serve at your side.
And we at yours.
So, Wade, let us do our duty.
With pleasure, my lord.
I imagine this endeavor will require more than just our wits.
Then let's hope Sir Wade has a good quartermaster.
We'll show them the
Yeah. Basically an ASMR scene with how sensitive the boom mic was in that scene. Shop here? Ooh, you shop.
You are welcome to what little we have managed to salvage.
That's a rose. 40 bucks. I'm gonna buy like I'm gonna buy like 99 of them.
Of course, my lord. May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Tell us then, Sir Wade. What is your plan?
Nothing fancy. You, Lady Jill and I make for Buick Bridge and provoke the main host at their encampment. Sensing an opportunity to end the Guardians, the Black Shields will call for reinforcements, who will be met from the rear by parties of my brothers hidden throughout the surrounding hills. This will allow us to wage battle on the bridge without fear of being overwhelmed. While the Black Shields have an advantage in numbers, you see, they prefer to fight in small units, which we can use to our advantage.
How small exactly?
Small enough, now that I have you and Lady Jill for company. I doubt I could have done this on my own.
But until we arrived, that was your plan. You haven't changed a bit.
Sir Wade, the bearers from Old Hill have been laid to rest.
Very good. Now make ready for battle.
As you command.
Thank you, Sir Wade. Perhaps now they will find peace.
There is but one thing which will grant them peace. Putting an end to the Black Shields.
And so we shall.
Any ASMR that isn't nature is terrible. Have you listened to Caring in Support of Funky Kong picks you up from the airport though? Because Because, you know, that's where the ASMR really is. Various companions who are keen to lend their assistance. If not, yeah, you should maybe give that a listen. That's where the ASMR is truly at. We are locked into main story yet again.
May the blessing of the Phoenix go with you.
How long have you been pursuing the Black Shields?
Since they burned their first village.
Or,
We tracked down the bastards
if you don't want to listen
responsible
to
and fed their
Carrying in
corpses
Support
to
of Funky
still
Kong
light.
picks you up from the airport,
Suffice to say,
another ASMR video I could
got their
recommend
attention.
is Todd Howard approaches you in the bathroom at a Fleetwood Mac concert. That's another good ASMR.
Look at me sideways.
Come along now.
Bastards are lucky I did.
That's what I listen to. That's what I'm going to listen to during raid tonight. I want to have Carrying and Supporting Funky Kong and Todd Howard in my ears. Why is Todd in the ladies' room? Because how else are you going to know about Skyrim?
What is it now? I told you!
We bear a message for the Vicereine. From the Guardians of the Flame.
Ha! You presume to tell us that a pair of filthy vagabonds, a woman and a dog, could guard aught against the might of the Black Shields? Then come!
Sounds like 20 of you
along
dudes.
with your flame!
Okay.
For Azaria!
For Azaria!
Your petty revolution ends here. On these our swords we swear.
Bloody hell! Reinforcements from the far bank!
Another wyvern to fight their battles for them.
Too slow.
More dragons!
The Imperials aren't taking any chances. I can't say I'm flattered.
A real specific case, yeah. The thing, it's like you do you, but if you're gonna do you, I'm gonna do me.
Albeit a misguided one. In taking it, you have but proven our point. That this land is in dire need of cleansing.
Be created ASMR.
So Wade!
There's no one left to keep them occupied. We need to finish this.
You mean finish him?
Double jump. Boom, bitch. Mash those potatoes with my feet. I'm gonna put potatoes in a boot and I'm just gonna start mashing.
I don't see any more.
Nor do I. The plan worked.
It did. It bloody worked. We sent every last one of the rotten bastards straight to the mud.
During mac and cheese.
Perhaps this will be enough to stop the Cullings. For the time being, at least.
Perhaps. Though I doubt my mother will take this loss well. She'll move swiftly to see her minions' ranks replenished.
And then it will all begin again. I often wonder if the nation we once knew is gone for good. Her fields rot. Her people starve. We battled to preserve the flame that was, but for every foe we fell, another springs up in its place. Yet be that as it may,
Why
it
is
is
mom
still
so mean?
our home. And we
Because
must
Clive wasn't
fight for it,
special enough,
as we
and she thinks
always
Joshua
have,
is dead.
and always will. For as long as the Firebird's flame burns in our hearts, the Duchy cannot die. And her loyal subjects may dream of a day when the Rosarian standard flies over Rosalith once more.
So wait,
Think we should fall back to Port Isolde before the garrison sends reinforcements? A sound strategy, my lord.
This is my turn with Limit Break. Stop it. Stop what? I'm not doing anything. Oh, I got 20 more Sid points. I can unlock the 100 point tier. Watch the video. It's a doozy.
And how long has my uncle been funding
It's like
you
a, it's
and
like
your
a 30
comrades
it's like
in
a
Paris?
30-minute video about a guy who watched Paul Blart 7 days in a row.
Lord Byron was the first person I turned to after forming the Guardians. And had I known of this tunnel back then, I wouldn't almost have been hanged by the city guard for trying to sneak over the wall.
I suppose a formal request for an audience would have appeared suspicious.
And appearances must be maintained. Were the Vice-Regency to catch wind of Lord Byron's involvement in our movement, they'd seize his estate and send him to the gallows, where he would be of no use to anyone.
The video.
And so, though it sickens him to the soul, he plays the part of the loyal lord, knowing that one wrong move might prove his downfall. It is why he remains ever vigilant.
I have never seen the second one.
Don't
I've seen the first
surprise if he
one
refuses you an
more
audience,
than I would like to admit, though.
especially since you're famously dead.
Then I will have to think of a way to prove that I am neither wraith nor wrongdoer.
I might have something which could help with the latter. It's the mark of the Guardians. Display it, and those who love Rosaria
I got another
will know
badge.
where
Man, I'm going to be the
loyalties
best
lie.
Eagle Scout.
I shall wear it with pride.
Be sure that you do. I don't want my men attacking you again. Unless you deserve it. If only Sir Tyler could have been here to see you. Or the Lord Commander.
Thank you, Sir Wayne. If there is ever anything you need.
I know. Go on now, my lord.
Joined every faction. Kind of what it feels like. Good thing he doesn't actually wear these badges on his like character model, because he would have like 6 of them on right now.
How accommodating. Do you really think they believe we are who we say we are?
Not a chance. right to guess, my uncle believes we're imposters here to rob him.
But yeah, Square Enix
He's just
published
trying
sales
to sell
numbers
himself.
for this today.
Imagine my surprise when I was told my nephew had come to visit.
Yep, Steam sale starts tomorrow. That's confirmed.
Clive Rosfield died long ago.
Every week for a year.
And for uttering his name
55 years
here,
old, man.
you shall pay with your tongue.
That's some dedication.
You would mock me as well?
City 2 and grown-ups too? Oh no.
It is I, Sir Crandall of Camelot, loyal servant to her serene holiness, Saint Sybil the Unshod. Meadow, thou vile sorcerer, for thy crimes against church and crown, I shall have thy head.
Curse thee, infectious flax wench. Even in death, must thou plague me still? Very well. I shall open the gates of hell, that thou might see thy charge once more.
Old Uncle Byron.
Bravo, Uncle. You're still the finest Maddo in the twins.
Oh, Clive, my dear boy, it's really you. You always were fond of that scene from The Saint in the Sanctuary. Never did
The grown-ups
let me
movies
place
like
a
bug me
grand-
more than they should.
I have a favor to ask, Uncle Byron.
Rutherford, inform the kitchens. There'll be guests. We dine immediately.
But, Uncle...
You can't very well regale me with the tale of your miraculous preservation on an empty stomach. Go on, sit. See that you use the good plates, Rutherford.
Rutherford.
So you arrived
There's one little thing about the grown-ups movies that makes them like almost
becoming viceroy,
almost
Annabella
unwatchable
has
for
been
me.
a constant thorn in Rosaria's side, but these
Byron is
atrocities are a
secretly,
new
Clive's secretly the bad guy.
Something has changed. Quite what, I don't know, but the woman we knew is gone, and a monster sits in her place.
What's that? Kevin James.
A monster.
For better or worse, I've been charged with governing this town, and thus must maintain the illusion of obedience. That's all I can do to aid Wade and his merry band of revolutionaries.
So he's told us. You have risked much for Rosaria. Our nation will
I don't have.
be
It's
forever
not. It's not so
that.
much. It's not. It's though I like King of Queens. Here's the thing: is I don't even. It's not even that I don't like Kevin James.
20 years.
It's
Clive.
that part
Nation
in
your
Grown Ups
father and your
was obviously
forefathers fought to
written
defend is
with
no
Chris
more.
Farley in mind.
Perhaps it would be
And-
otherwise had I the courage of my brother.
They're just like, well, Kevin James can fit that, and it's like, not really. Not really. What part? Kevin James's
Right,
part.
If it's a ship you require, a ship you shall have.
Given the rest of the cast of that of those movies,
Cargo.
and like the whole idea behind those movies, you can tell that they definitely
So you
wanted
believe us then?
Chris Farley to be in
About
it. Yeah, the whole character.
Believe you? Ha! Only a fool would believe even half of the things you claim. But until tonight, only a fool would have believed my nephew still lived. And besides, I have it on good authority that Clive is telling the truth.
Whose authority?
Your own, of course. You've always been a terrible liar.
Is that true?
It's not untrue.
Let's say no more about
Not like about new Adam
to
Sandler
linger on
movies.
my nephew's greatest failing.
I would say that they commit less crimes than the newer Adam Sandler movies do.
The one thing I cannot believe, though, is all this about you being Sid. You were always such a good boy, but now you're quite the outlaw. Which, if I'm not mistaken, would make me an outlaw's uncle. Right then, who shall we pillage first? Rutherford, fetch me my cutlass.
Okay, Uncle Byron's pretty great.
This will be fun.
Over there. Go on.
She's a fine ship, isn't she?
I think the grown-ups movies are definitely the most tolerable of the modern Adam Sandler movies.
Something on your mind?
Monsters.
Monsters.
When I served the Iron Kingdom, I did so because I saw no other choice. Because once they learned that the lash would not move me, they turned it on those who could. And so I became their puppet. I let them pull my strings, telling myself it was not my hand that swung the sword, but another's. I removed myself from the truth so I wouldn't feel the pain it caused. And before I knew it, I no longer felt anything. Anything at all. I had become a monster.
Jill.
I don't want to be a monster, Clive. Do you understand? I want to choose a different path, a better path. To live on my own terms. But before I can do that, I need to come to terms with my past.
And when you do, I'll be standing there with you, just as you stood with me.
Thank you, Clive. I must atone for my sins. Only then, when it's done, will the monster cease to be.
Just promise me that you won't die with it. Now, let's get some sleep. The
Get some
journey back
sleep?
to Benamir is long, and there is much to tell the others.
Bing, 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 bing. get some words to live by. We're going back to the camp, I guess. Not like I have any choice. There's a lot of moments like this where I kind of wish the game would just fucking do it. One of those like weird little pet peeves of mine with games.
Knows what awaits us in the Iron Kingdom.
Side quest.
But Vivian could probably make an educated guess.
Oh, a new letter. Oh, another side quest. That one's got a plus on it, which means it's probably gonna unlock something. Because that's the Final Fantasy 14 rule, I guess. Oh, I got new shit. Hey.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
What the fuck? A rose is a rose, huh?
All done?
Your daddy said that he's dead.
Our new billets
You're looking at him.
every day.
This is Daddy Sid now.
Clive! Oh, am I glad to see you?
Is something wrong?
It's Blackthorn. He ain't himself. And if I'm honest, he ain't been for a while. Normally it only takes a couple of
He
drinks
died 5
to
years
perk him
ago.
back up, but not this time. Something's getting him down. And whatever it is, he ain't telling. It's like he's lost his spark, you know? He's barely got enough fire in his belly to get the ump about stuff. But I'm thinking he might if we both bent his ear, because he respects you, innit? So,
Syphilis?
what'd you say?
Next to Ungoro Crater.
Fine. If you think it will help.
Knew you'd understand.
But if he doesn't want to talk, we let him be. He'll open up when he's ready.
All right. Now, he'll only smell a rat if we both turn up at once. So, I'll go first, and you can meet us at the forge. Wait a bit, then head over when you're ready.
Yeah, you keep huffing that copium. Ultima made him turn into stone. And then we left him in the basement of a castle.
I could have sworn we had
White hair boy with all the cleavage. He's around somewhere. Oh yeah, I bought a roll. What is this one? The one that I bought? No, I bought Night Terrors. He's, you know, what's funny is that there is like a weird, there is like a weird Sephiroth wannabe character in this game.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady Karen.
Deadlands wouldn't be half as bad with all the bloody dust.
All quiet at the Dominion. Thanks, Gav. Oh, Wade, my boy. If only Sir Tyler, the Lord Commander, and all the others who were lost that night were still with us. Yeah, we can see it here. Let's see. Is Lore Master gonna tell me about Sid's death?
Did you come to borrow a book, Sid? Because you can't have this.
How good it is to see you, Clive. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
Oh, it's almost level 4.
What subject shall we consider today?
Persons of interest. Sid. It was during their mission to Feldrake's Head in 873 that Stolfus Telamon lost his life to a beast from the beyond, passing the title Sid the Outlaw onto his protege Clive. There it is. Dead Arena. Yeah, where is not Dion? Here it is. See? See? Here he is.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Yeah, Thunder God Sid is no more. I am Thunder God Sid now.
First August, and now you. What are you pair up to? What's it got to do with me?
August was worried that something had been weighing on your mind. I thought you might want to talk about it.
I did. Now? I told you not to stick your nose in my business. What'd you go and do?
Clive just wants to help, innit? What's so bad about that? Talk to him. You never know, you might feel better for getting it all out in the open. Please, mate. I'm worried about you.
Phil, shut you up. It's nothing really. Stupid. Not the sort of thing you bother people about.
Why don't you tell us all the same?
My Ramu sword doesn't look like it
Karen
would
and
fit
I
very
have
well
an
in there.
arrangement. I keep an eye on Goots, and she shows me what the competition's up to. Interesting arms and armor, things like that. Anyway, the other day, she shows me a cuirass she's come by. Masterpiece of level work. Light, supple, and tougher than it had any right to be.
Supple?
Made my stuff look like heavy, clumsy shit.
I don't want to wear armor that's supple.
Put the bastard thing there and then just to study it, but I was too proud. And now every time I reach for my hammer, I'm reminded that I'm not the craftsman I thought I was. There. You happy? You got what you came for. Now piss off.
All right. We're going.
So what did this unlock? The ability to make the blacksmith mad at me?
I always thought of old Blackthorn as a bit of a force of nature. Like a
Supple
storm
armor?
cloud
Really
full of ale.
But all we have is
I don't
rings,
think anything could rattle him.
a belt, and
Least of all
some
a stupid piece of leather.
like
Blackthorn's
necklaces.
always taken pride in his craft. Questioning it means questioning himself. Something tells me this is only going to get worse. If he has doubts, it will affect his work, which will only add to his problems. We need to nip this in the bud.
I couldn't agree more.
He said he should have bought that cuirass. Perhaps we should track it down for him. Assuming you're happy to help, that is.
Too bloody right I am.
Glad to hear it. First things first, then. We need to speak to Karen.
I need to change the music back because I thought this song would pick up, but it doesn't. See, this is all the gear that I get. You get a belt, the bracers, and then necklaces, and rings. But yeah, Shayla got lightning powered. I got cool lightning powers. Who cares what the rest of the merry band? It's all about Clive. and ability radius. What I would like to do master this, and I can put it on something else. And I can get this and put that on.
Karen.
Take me over
Do you have a
bikini.
moment?
Yeah.
Blackthorn mentioned that you'd recently come by a leather cuirass. An exquisite example of the craft, from what he told us.
And he ain't been himself since he saw it. So we thought we'd buy it for him.
Sorry, sold it already. Didn't think Blackthorn cared for it the way he turned his nose up. But it was nicely put together, that's for certain. Even if the bloke who made it is a bit of an odd one. Happened across him on my travels. Makes all his stuff to order, but the fella who commissioned it refused to pay. He didn't like the colour of summit. So I took it off his hands for a fair price.
You don't know where we might find him, do you?
Like I said, he's a bit of an odd one. Doesn't even have a workshop. He don't trust hunters neither, which means he spends as much time out tracking beasties as he does working their hides.
My arm looks kind of gross.
He did tell me something, though. Apparently, his next commission's for a set of griffin hide greaves.
Here, there's a griffin on the hunt board. The curse breakers were placing bets on who'd bag it. Now, where the bleeding hell was excited? Somewhere in Sambrec, maybe? Care Northern, that was it.
Thank you, Karen. We'd be lost without you.
A new
At
hunt.
least you admit it.
A griffin. I bet you it won't be anywhere near as cool to fight as
Sounds
Dragon's
like
Dogma
going
one,
after
though.
that griffin might be the best chance we have of finding our roaming leatherworker.
I'll leave the hunting to you if you don't mind. While you get on with that, I'll ask around the markets. See if I can't sniff out who he is and where he's hiding.
Good idea. Hopefully one of us will be able to track him down.
Yeah, but I also got to start this quest now. Let's see. Marinate Yard Chocobo. Draining blood, removing both head and feet. Awful, particularly the heart and liver, should be set aside for later use. This is a very detailed note on how to deconstruct a chocobo.
I didn't take you for a scholar, Ivan.
Oh, this? Well, it's Valisthea, a culinary pilgrimage. I borrowed it from old tomes. Seems there's no creature in the realm so foul it can't be cooked up into something delicious.
Think I'll stick to the unfoul ones, thanks.
Oh, where's your sense of adventure, Sid? Honestly, one glance at these recipes, and even you would trade in your sword for a butcher's cleaver.
Fresh
From
meat?
spit roasts to sweetmeats, this book has them all. What I wouldn't give to bring these recipes to life.
If it's my blessing you're hoping for, then by all means.
Well, I'm no hunter, Sid. The first ton of worm I came across would be the death of me. But you're made of sterner stuff. Would you help me resurrect one of these recipes?
Made of sterner stuff. How could I refuse, I
Something
guess?
tells me you won't be taking no for an answer. Fine, I'll help.
Fantastic! Thank you.
So, dare I ask what's on the menu?
Chance's Stew. It was once a favourite among the gourmands of Oriflamme, if the author is to be believed. Though Molly's never heard of it. The only problem is that while the recipe is extremely detailed in most respects, it's infuriatingly cryptic as to the main ingredient. A beast, no doubt. Most likely something that would make easy work of a simple cook with more broth than brawn, but unwanted violets. I've no idea what they might be.
Does the book say anything else?
Well, only that the sweetest violets sprout atop the bed of roses.
Roses. Rosaria, perhaps? One of the butchers in Martha's Rest might know something. I'll ask next time I'm there.
Uh-huh. Well, I gotta go hunt a griffin first. We could make griffin stew instead. That sounds good, right? I'm sure griffin meat is tasty.
I could have sworn we had a few more.
What about Moogle meat? You think Moogle meat is good? Hunt down a griffin. Actually horrible when the locals called Dawsmare. B. Westgate. Let's go. What's the Westgate here in orbit? It's the Rivergate. Because I don't think this is. Does this count as Cairn orbit? Norvent Valley. This is Clairview. I guess we can just start here and go hunting. Get on my chocobo and hunt away. Griffin shouldn't be that hard to find, right? I know they said Westgate, but like, this is the Westgate. It's not really a gate. Unless they're talking about the River Gate. I'm gonna go check like up here and then fast travel to Lost One. Oh, Mr. Griffin! Alright, it's not out here. Let's go here.
Good day to you. See.
Telling me. Actually, don't click on it. See.
The crystals we get from the tailor.
You're quite talented with that rod of yours.
I've caught my share with it.
Town is so confusing. I need to be up there. I think I need to be up there. Bung, bung, bung. Alright, goodbye. Oh, $10, sick. I don't think it's over here. Nope. Wing Carlobos. Carl. I don't even know. Get going, Chocobo.
Griffins don't exactly make for easy prey. Let's hope our craftsman hasn't bitten off more than he can chew.
Oh, it's up there. I see it. Ba-ba-ba. Oh, 28.
The work will have to wait. Look sharp.
Ow. Ow. Oh, dodged it. Before it flies high. Did its wings alight? Really? Got him. Give me the 20 Sid points. Scarletite.
Is something there, boy?
Just a dude.
Could that be our man?
No, come here. Come here.
Fetch!
Are you all right?
Dare say I'll survive. That griffin caught me before I could get an arrow off. Must have lost sight of me in the grass, though. I'd be dead if it hadn't.
More likely than not.
The name's Camille. I'm a lowly leather worker, if you couldn't tell by the smell of me.
Not so lowly from what I hear. Do you remember selling to a merchant by the name of Karen?
She's not an easy woman to forget. Bought a cuirass from me after I lost my buyer. Quite taken with my work, as far as I recall. Didn't stop her bartering me down to a pittance, though. She sent you for a refund?
It's not her who sent me.
Well, consider me flattered.
You should be. He's a master of his art, and not an easy man to impress.
Blacksmiths are proud folk. It's a rare thing indeed for one to praise a glorified tanner. And I don't imagine an impressive swordsman like yourself would be getting your steel from any but the best. I'd dearly love to help a fellow craftsman, but... Well, actually, I suppose you could give him this.
What is it?
Treated leather. Same stuff I used to make that cuirass. If your man's as skilled as he sounds, he'll know what he's looking at.
You sure?
Well, you did save my life. And thanks to you, I'll be going home with all the griffin hide I can carry. I'd say it's the least I can do. Short of showing him how to make the thing myself, that is. But there are rules against it. Secrets of the trade and whatnot.
In that case, I'll see that he gets it.
I'd be much obliged if you would. Right. I've got some greaves to make. You send your blacksmith my regards.
Will do. And thank you. Hopefully this will sweeten Blackthorn's mood.
Yeah, maybe. Bet I gotta go talk to the butcher. Let's ask Farrell about the butcher. Bing 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 bing.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we?
Ah, welcome. Times may be hard, but if you got the gill, I got the goods.
What is your
can I
voice,
do you
dude?
Unwanted violets, if you have them. Though I'd gladly settle for learning what they are if you don't.
Why, I haven't heard folk call them that since I was a lad. You're looking for scorpion tails. Unwanted violets is what folk used to call them back in the day. They turn a wicked purple when you boil them up. Hence the name. Used to chuck them in the pot when there weren't nothing else on offer. When there was a war on, that sort of thing. Thankfully, times aren't yet as hard as that. And even if they were, you wouldn't find anyone selling them these days.
Do the scorpions still live nearby?
I dare say they do. 3 Reeds would be your best bet, if memory serves.
Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Burberry sirs. I think I got enough Sid points to get the next reward at least. I think it was 135 for the next reward.
Stay sharp.
After what the Empire did to Marvel.
Don't you go causing any trouble now.
Don't you shut up, Blood Axe mercenary. This is kind of what it looks like outside here right now. I'm just gonna sprint all the way to the scorpions. Hey, look, scorpions.
Scorpions. Please don't know what I'm against.
Ow. We're not okay. I was like, you're not dead. One behind me was still alive. 5.
I better get this back to Yvonne before it goes bad.
So many things to turn in, and by so many I mean 2. First things first, I want my fucking reward.
Typical nobles.
How did we never hear about these Guardians of the Flame?
How may I help you today, Clive?
Give me my
Your
reward.
benefactors are a generous lot.
I get a rose. Rose is a rose roll and an empty shard.
Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
Jesus, so many, dude. You got new hunks yet? No.
I could have sworn we had a few.
You got your scorpion
Did you
tails.
find our mystery ingredient?
I did indeed.
Marvelous! Let's see. What am I supposed to do with this? It's poisonous, surely.
You wouldn't be wrong. But that's your unwanted violet.
Into the pot it goes, I suppose. Wait here. I won't be long.
Growth.
I present Chance's Stew, risen once again from the ashes of obscurity. Grab a spoon, Sid. Let's eat while it's hot.
I'm not hungry.
Well, it'll be too late once I've licked the bowl clean. Your loss. Odin's teeth. What, the salt on the senses. It's like choking on swamp water. And yet, up through the pungency, there rise complex, meaty notes. It takes a moment to recover from such an onslaught of flavours, but never have I tasted anything so fine. Thank you, Sid. Thank you.
I really want to. I don't know if I'd really want to eat a dish that makes me take a knee at every bite I take just to get some.
Until a steaming bowl of Chance's stew sits before everyone in the hideaway.
Just to get
A
to
single
some
mouthful,
complex meaty
and
notes.
Molly will be breeding scorpions of her own.
I'm sure she will.
For the Sid points. And a badge of metal. 30 defense. I might have to take the Berserker's Ring off for 30 defense.
That monster's taken quite a liking to Lady.
And with a bit of luck. How'd it go, Clive? Did you find him, or does the hunt continue?
I found him. And he asked me to give you this, along with his regards.
Some supple leather for you.
You're joking.
He said he wouldn't teach you how to work it, but that if you were as skilled as you sounded, you'd have no trouble understanding how it was done.
So that's his secret. Crafty bastard. He's layered and cross-grained it. Good few times, too. No wonder it's tough. And that's no ordinary oil he's used to get that finish. Oh, this is fine work. Even finer than I thought.
Yeah? I'll take your word for it. Just looks like leather to me. Still, I'm glad you're happy. Here, Clive. You didn't happen to catch the fella's name, did you?
Camille, I believe.
I thought as much. There ain't many leather workers in the realm daft enough to do their own hunting, see? And his name kept cropping up when I was asking around. Turns out he's from Tabor. And again, most leather workers are. But our friend Camille guards a long-held family secret, the details of which are the subject of some debate in the leather-working community.
Then we better keep this close to our chests.
Listen, sorry for putting the both of you to all that trouble. Should have kept my moaning to myself. Still, I'm glad you found him. This has cheered me right up.
That was the idea. Clive's idea, anyway. He did most of the work.
It's good to have you back, Blackthorn.
Just don't expect me to go turning out work like this. There's a reason he does his own hunting. He knows exactly what hides to look for. And that's how he gets them to layer up so nicely. And don't get me started on how much oiling this leather would need. But I reckon I can make something about as good. Something a curse breaker will have no trouble caring for. Anyway, enough narrowing. I've got work to be getting on with.
Uh-huh. I've got a reward of some sort.
Looks like we won't be needing a new blacksmith.
As if there was a better one out there. Nah, it wouldn't have been the same anyway. No one spins a yarn like old Blackthorn in his cups. Right, now that's sorted, I've got duties to attend to. Thanks, Clive. You've given me my mate back.
10. I got 155 Sid points. Necessary for crafting the Drake Slayer's belt. Ooh. Special belt. Is it good? That's the question. The junior blacksmith? Maybe. I think he might just be bros with Blackthorn.
What do you need? So, what'll it be?
I don't have enough Electrum.
Don't waste my time. You ain't got the stuff.
Why is there a little tomato boy next to the item?
Anything else?
Well, he definitely had an apprentice because he would sit right here. So. Too many people. Electrum, huh?
I could have sworn we had a few more.
You got anything here? Nope. You got anything here?
How are you doing? Anything catch your eye?
Nope.
Seen enough?
Alright. Story time.
Back again, Lord Rosfield. I'm touched that you should find me such good company.
It is not your company, but your counsel that I seek on this occasion.
Ever the charmer. What will it be today, then?
The Iron Kingdom. I need to know what to expect.
You'll soon be setting sail for Drake's Breath, then, I take it. The mother crystal that rises from the boiling sea. There was a time when a true-blooded Rosarian had only to brave the waves to visit it. But then the Ironblood made their move. As you know, the Iron Kingdom rules over the islands to the west of Storm. Or rather, its church does. But this is not the pragmatic approach to state religion employed by the Holy Empire to manipulate the masses. No, the Iron Kingdom is the literal embodiment of the crystalline orthodoxy. And so, if one is to understand it, one must start there. As the name implies, the orthodoxy holds the mother crystals sacred, and they do not take kindly to heathens plundering the objects of their worship for the means to fill washtubs and light lamps with frivolous feats of magic. Indeed, the faithful consider ether a sinful thing, a poison no less. And to them, a dominant is an instrument of evil, albeit one they have proven only too happy to turn against their enemies. Some 80 years ago in Northern Storm, Drake's eye collapsed. Soon after, in pursuit of ether and with the blight at their backs, the Northern Territories descended upon the Grand Duchy of Rosaria. And when the Shields of the Flame marched north to meet them, the Iron Kingdom spied an opportunity. A few short days later, the Crusaders landed on the island of Mount Drastanus, home of Drake's Breath, and plucked it from the Duchy's grasp. Rosaria tried to reclaim it, of course, but to no avail. I doubt more than a handful of Duchy men have set foot on its shores in your lifetime. Nor are they like to again, under the Empire's stewardship, meaning the Iron Blood will keep their island, and with it, the foothold they need to march on mainland soil when next they spy an opportunity. The Mother Crystal is both the object of the Iron Blood's worship and their gateway to the continent, making Drastanus the holiest of holy grounds, from which the Orthodox Crusade shall one day sail forth to claim the remaining Mother Crystals, or die trying.
My father and my grandfather both traded blows with the Iron Blood for control of Drake's Breath. Had things unfolded differently at Phoenix Gate, we would have sent our entire fleet against them.
But instead, they sent their fleet against Rosaria, sacked the capital, killed the men, and captured the women, including Jill. I'd say you'd be forgiven for wanting a little revenge, Clive.
My only aim is to destroy the Mother Crystal. But thank you all the same. Not much else to do here. Let's see if Jill's ready.
Ah, my favorite pupil. I have the details here.
Where's This is Bravely Default, yeah. Barnabas. We already know that it's Ultima, I was gonna say. Traveling companion.
Very good.
Because it's gonna bug me. I'm gonna go look. See who the fuck August is.
I could have sworn we had a few.
Assuming he's even in this book. He might not even be in this book.
Did you come to borrow a book, Sid? Because you can't have this.
My knowledge is yours. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
Listen to my 2 side quests I did and level up. Or not.
You wish to study the tomes?
There's Blackthorn. It's not gonna tell me, is it? I don't think August is a big enough character to be in this book. Maybe he is. Pick my name. Hey. There he is. Nope, just friend. One of Blackthorn's few close friends. Just friend.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Maybe if the game didn't skip around 5 years into the future, it'd be easier to keep track of this shit.
It will be over soon.
You ready?
I think so.
Jill, when you told me you had to come to terms with your past, you weren't talking about destroying Drake's breath, were you?
No. I spoke of Imran, the leader of the Crystalline Orthodox, the man who made me do all those unspeakable things. I'm going to kill him. It's what I need to do to put the past behind me. What I need to move forward. And I know that I can do it. If you're there beside me.
Always.
And I'll be beside you, too. We'll bring down the Mother Crystal together. All while Sid looks on.
We'll make him proud.
Sure. The boiling sea. Can you imagine if this was Bravely Default and we had to play the last chapter 7 times to get to the end?
Useful trick. Freezing and thawing the spray to make mist. How did you learn to use your powers like this?
The Masters made me do it. When the Crusaders took to the seas, to keep the fleet's movements from prying eyes. I'm fine.
No, you're not.
He's getting the stone disease too.
This may be the only chance I
Torgal's
get to go
a
back.
40-year-old dog
My
at the end of the
only
game.
chance to put things right. I have to do this. Whatever the cost.
All right.
Use the world on his last breath.
There she is.
And then we get Final Fantasy 17, Return of
The
Torgal.
Iron Kingdom's mother crystal.
We just play as the dog the whole time.
Drake's breath.
I mean, they're selling Torgal plushes already. They're overpriced, as is everything that's
Strong
Square Enix
currents,
merchandise,
sharp
but
rocks, and ether floods. Let's not forget them. This island is a natural fortress.
But safety breeds complacency, allowing a single rowing boat to slip in unseen.
The sanctuary is inside the mountain. If we follow
Like
the old trail, we should be able to enter by the back gate.
All right. Let's go.
Torgal plush, there you go.
I always imagined when I came here it would be to reclaim it.
It used to belong to
You
Rosaria.
could buy
didn't
one
it?
from the Square Enix for the low price of like
It's been in the Ironblood's clutches for
$115
far
or
too
something.
As was I. For 13 years, this rock was my home. I know its secrets only too well. This path was abandoned after an ether flood. They don't guard it anymore.
The perfect little shortcut.
I think the Torgal plush is like $120 or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous. Square Enix always overcharges for all their merchandise.
And the only way past them is
Where are you? Oh, what? Yeah. Got $120 for the plush and then like another $70 for shipping because Square Enix shipping is ridiculous.
Was that an earthquake?
They happen all the time. That wasn't even a bad one. It's nothing to worry about.
Time to fight.
We got 1,000 points. Do the thing I wanted to do. For $200 shipping, yeah. I just need to get another 1,000 points and I can actually do what I want to do. I could still do it now. I'm gonna get rid of this mission here. This. This. Square Enix's shipping is always a lot. Look at that. How much Final Fantasy mode will be? Yeah. non-US based warehouses. Yeah. Alright, where I wanted to see.
The old arboretum is just up.
No, I haven't died a single time yet. I don't even know what happens in this game when you die. Wind aerial blast. I got close during the
Look at this place.
Benedicta fight. That was the closest I've been to dying, but I still haven't died. I had like 40 health left at one point during the Benedicta fight.
Wait.
Oh, fun. Yeah, that was the wind girl.
It's turned.
Nothing a shield of Rosaria can't handle. Just like old times.
Be sure to keep clear of his wall.
Believe me, I mean to.
Don't breathe it in.
Okay. I don't like that.
Nice try. Kill! All yours, Torgal. I still can't believe they can jump. And at least things have roots.
Easy. Level up. Level up.
Press on.
Yes.
Warm. Mount Drust anus.
We're inside the volcano. You get used to the heat. Though I don't remember it being quite this hot.
I'm a freak. The heat's nothing, lady.
Was that one cause for concern?
It was. And they're getting bigger. Something's wrong.
Recovery lag on that is too much.
Time to fight.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Oh, hey. Ow.
Nice try.
Oh, the dodge dodged me back into the...
Nice try.
Cool.
Fuck. Is there no other way across?
Just a little bit of lava.
Quickly, before it melts.
This is going to be close.
Let's not do that again.
Clive could have just grabbed you and done a cool Phoenix dash through it, but, you know, that's fine too.
They don't want to be tough.
Perhaps not alone, but in numbers like these.
Stay down.
You're gonna blow up too, huh?
It's over.
Well, we aren't going this way.
Let's look for another path.
Okay. Jump.
Drake's breath.
We're nearly at the oratory.
What the hell is that?
Absolutely no idea.
Well, whatever it is, I don't think it's friendly.
Bling, 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 bling. Disagree again. Disagree again. Ooh, mithril wristlet. Finally get an upgrade over this. Finally. And finally get rid of my special dad clothes boss fight arena.
One of the demons. But they never leave the lava.
If I didn't know better, I think this volcano was about to erupt.
Why attack us? They're peaceful creatures.
Then this one must be the exception.
Wow, way early on that.
doing?
Nothing good, I'll wager.
Woo.
Let's try. All yours, Colonel.
Ow. Oh, what the fuck? Staggered nerd. Oh, gnarled scale. Gnarly. Now go back into your lava pit.
You hurt?
Just hot. Thank you.
Quite a commotion our friend made. Let's hope the guards didn't hear it.
The gate to the inner chambers is just up there.
Well, the inner
Then we
chambers.
make for the sanctuary. I need to finish this before the heat finishes me.
You're here.
Uh-huh.
We'll enter the Comric by the Handmaiden's living quarters. It was always a hive of activity.
Sounds like we'll have a hard time staying out of sight.
We won't have to. There's someone there I should very much like to see.
Oh, okay. Didn't know we were making the visitations. Sneaky, sneaky.
Lady Marley, it's me. By the mother. Jill, it can't be. It is, my lady. We cannot talk here. Come with me. I'm so glad you're safe.
And I you.
Why ever would you risk coming back? Are you a fool, girl? Or have you grown tired of your freedom already?
Forgive me, my lady. But I had to come back. There are things I left undone. Tell me, where is the Patriarch?
At this hour, he'll be in the Comric, giving thanks.
You mean... Oh, fiend! Clive, we have to get to the sanctuary. Now. Lady Marley, you must flee this place, gather your things, and go. Now listen here, Jill.
We have company.
This way. Follow this passage. It leads straight to the Comric. Go on, stop dawdling. Thank you. You were always so kind to me. My light in the darkness. Take care, my lady, please. You deserve better than this. A long and happy life, promise me. I'll live if you promise to do the same.
Jesus.
Come on, Clive. We're nearly at the Comrec.
All right. Here's our welcoming party.
I've had enough of their hospitality.
I'll be tomorrow. While playing the piano, yes.
How many of them are there?
Too many.
Oh, boom, roasted. That fight without getting hit. Alright. Non-friend. Adam's really holding on to the fact that you don't like Army of Darkness.
Clive, there's something I need you to know. I saw the Patriarch do things no one should have to see. And so I swore that he would die by my hand.
I understand. I faced my demons, then you must face yours.
We're nearly there. Just one last push.
I got
Oh, way too early on that. Oh my god. They both got keys. The keyboard's the same too. Oops. Hold on. I'm saying they are. You can play the organ with a keyboard. If playing Bard in 14 has taught me anything, it's that electric guitars, drums, flutes, pianos, they're all exactly the same and all played with a keyboard. Hey, what's up?
Shiva's dominant. Come to beg forgiveness for your failure.
For years, I followed your orders. Fought your wars. All to protect the children you took. Just as you took me. And what did you do in return? You put them in chains and you slit their throats!
Fiend.
Their souls were sullied with the stain of ether. I merely cleansed them of their corruption. A penance paid, just as the Holy Mother wills it! Repent, abomination! For a monster like you to set foot in the Holy Cymric is in itself a crime deserving of death.
You're right.
I am a monster, and my soul is stained black. Though not by ether, but by the evil of men like you, who made me close my heart and drown in darkness when I should have raged against it. This is my penance. I will be your monster no more. Nor will I suffer you to create another.
Does the beast bare its teeth at its master? Come then, Dominant. Rage, be as you have ever been. A monster!
And what are you, Imran? I was forced to kill. You do it by choice. But never again. I bowed to you once. Now it is you who shall bow to me!
Kill them.
Now!
Right!
Yeah, she would. Yep. What the fuck?
How it felt. Why? Why can't I do it? Please, just once. She won't be able to hold that hole back forever. We better make this quick.
Yeah, thanks for the arena to fight in it, yeah. I hit the button, I disagree.
stone.
All right. I won't take long.
Whoa.
All yours, Torgal.
Let's try.
Whew. Ah, I hit the button, dude. Come on, man.
Let's try.
All yours, Torgal.
Help me, boy.
Torgal, kill!
Dude, that one I disagree with every single time. Dead now though. Liquid Flame! Another cool take on Liquid Flame. Two Liquid Flames.
Jill!
I'm going to finish this, Clive. Here. Use this.
I get it. Leave it sword.
watching, Sid. You're one step closer to freedom.
The crystal. What did you do to it?
Oh, we destroyed it.
What? But... Monster! Monster! Do you have any idea what you have done?
I do, Father. I have killed the monster and become an outlaw. May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
It's over.
It is.
And Shiva exacted her price.
She did.
Again, the burden fell to you.
And I bore it willingly. This was a sin for which I had to atone. Now I can continue at your side with my head held high. Clive, look.
It's just like the one at Phoenix Gate.
Oh, hey.
Damn it. We need to leave.
Agreed. I kept my promise, and now you keep yours.
Goodbye, Crystal. Meanwhile, the Crystal Road.
This way, Your Grace.
You're bleeding. I have a tonic which will...
I thank you for your kindness, truly. But I assure you, I will survive. Please, save your medicines for those who need them most.
Oh, well, if you're sure.
For a moment there, I felt my brother's presence.
You did?
I fear he is in Ultima's thoughts again. But why now, after 5 years of silence? I cannot keep him sealed away much longer.
Your Grace.
No, do not dirty your hands. Look at them all. Like a river flowing to the sea.
Or moths to a flame, perhaps. The crystalline dominion, their light in the darkness. More and more lose their homes to the blight and set out in search of sanctuary, while others lose their fortunes to the Dhalmekian levies and leave to find new livelihoods. What is it that you seek in the Dominion, Your Grace?
Oh, Dion Lesage.
You mean the Crown Prince of Sanbreque?
He has many titles. Dion the Bold, Prince of Dragoons, Odin's Nemesis, or simply Bahamut. I met him once, when we were children. He was a chivalrous soul even then, and has served his empire indefatigably ever since.
And you are confident that he will listen to what you have to say?
Our world lurches ever closer to the abyss, and a hidden hand ushers us onward. Ultima's influence extends to every nation, Sanbreque included. If His Highness is the man I believe him to be, and I pray that he is, this truth will not have escaped his notice.
Uh-huh.
As the mother crystals fall, the eternal flame wavers, and the azure sky begins to bruise. How lucky we were to be blessed by the crystals, and yet how spoiled. Like canaries in a gilded cage, growing fat on seed. But now, the bars are closing in, and we must take flight. Painful though it be to leave our home behind, it is what we must do to be free. Which is it that men cannot live without? A blessing that leads to damnation, or a freedom that leads to deprivation? I do not yet know the answer to that question. Do you, Clive?
Your Grace, let us find a place to rest a while. We can return by the Dhalmekian trail once you have recovered your strength. I realize your duty is pressing, but if your health should fail...
I know. Thank you, Yote.
There's only 2 crystals left. Which crystal will we destroy next? Meanwhile. Double meanwhile. The Ministry of Law.
The army's attempt to breach the Empire's defenses and gain the Isles of Ark has failed yet again.
Only because your fleet has proved as impotent as a eunuch on laying night. Would you rather we simply fell back to the capital?
Enough, both of you. All here agree that the Empire cannot be allowed to maintain its illegitimate claim on the Dominion. However, our casualties mount with each passing day.
There is a literal sea twixt you and your prize. The armies of Sanbreque need but sit back and watch as you harmlessly lap against their walls. They are dug in like ticks and seek to draw out this siege, knowing the capital's stores are nigh bottomless. And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might reap. Republican soldiers starve while waiting for orders from Randalar.
If you would but take the field, their bellies would be full by nightfall.
If I take the field, so too will Bahamut, and our duel will shake the island to its foundations. Instead of liberating the Dominion, you would doom it to destruction. Unless that is what you desire.
If our learned advisor has a solution to propose, we should be glad to consider it.
Is that the Emperor's?
What is the meaning of this, Lord Kupka?
What it means is that I am disinclined to advise you any longer. Ah, the looks on their faces when you walked through those doors. A perfect picture of stupefaction. They could not believe their eyes. Though I confess, I had my own doubts whether or not you would accept my invitation. Such shocking news. Sid isn't a son of a whore. He's the son of an empress. Your own dear Clive.
Absurd. Who fed you these lies? I have never spent a moment among criminals, save at the gallows. I came here with my son, not to entertain your baseless accusations, but to put an end to the senseless hostilities between our nations.
Very well. You need only agree to the terms I set out. Sid took the life of someone dear to me, a woman by the name of Benedicta. I swore to take his in turn. This would not be disagreeable to you, I take it. You would finally be rid of the stain on your noble name.
Come on, Mom.
In return, I will leave Sanbreque in your capable hands. Your Imperial Majesty.
And all for the love of a common whore. Dominant or no, one cannot hide one's breeding. And beasts will ever belong with beasts. There are greater things in store for you, my darling Olivier. Soon enough, you shall be the crown prince of Sanbreque. And when your father goes to meet Great Grieger, you shall be emperor of all you survey.
Get another kid.
The old order shall come
One
tumbling
that'll listen
down,
to her.
and you will rebuild the world in your glorious image. Soon.
She's been in there for hours. Something must be wrong.
Yeah, he's just, you know, wasn't expecting him to be so submissive. But should have expected it. Got another side quest. Oh yeah, I got that new orchestrion role.
Is it true what I'm hearing, Sid?
Hunting down bearers.
Everybody's got new stuff
Well,
apparently.
don't just stand there gawping.
Platinum sword. Goodbye. Ramu sword. That's not worth it. I want to buy these things, but they're so goddamn expensive.
Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Back, are ya? What do you want?
I want this.
Should last you a good while.
Not worth it. I want this. I don't know where to get gelatinous mass from. I can make the platinum sword a +2 platinum sword.
Yeah, that should do you.
I can make the platinum belt +2, which would be better. Come on, but is it worth it? I have 633 magic ash. How much does it take to make the platinum belt? Liquid flame. I don't think I need the liquid flame for anything else, though. Sure.
No scratches, right? Yeah, that should do you. And?
It's a cool looking sword. What the heck? We expanded. Nigel.
Sid, I know that when we came to the hideaway, we chose to let go of our past in order that we might focus on our future.
We did.
Nonetheless, I was wondering if... Well, I know you are from Rosaria, and I'm in need of someone with intimate knowledge of those lands. Apparently, the duchy is home to all manner of curative herbs found nowhere else in the realm. Among them is a flower called a morganbeard that increases the potency of lesser medicines.
I can't say that I've had much practice healing. My youth was spent in the Bailey.
A shame. You see, the hideaway relies heavily upon medicines procured from afar. And when those shipments are late, well, it's our sick who suffer. If we could find this flower and learn to grow it here, we might save many lives. However, as you are well aware, Imperial occupation has rendered the roads unsafe for those like me, untrained in the military arts. Now, I'm not asking the busiest man in the hideaway to drop everything and make the journey for me, but if you happen to be in the duchy on other business...
Sure. I'll get some morganbeards.
Tell me of these morganbeards, then.
But of course. If my old tomes are to be believed, the flowers are bright yellow and as large as goblins' eyes. Oh, and they grow in the marshes of Sorrowise. If I am to propagate them here in the backyard, I will require several samples, preferably of blooms which have already gone to seed. And before I forget, I do seem to recall learning in the course of my research that their odor has the tendency to attract unsavory creatures. Nothing you cannot handle, though, I'm sure.
This experimental record. It's equal parts first-rate vineyard hummus from Galton's bales with deadland oil of the 6 clicks planted the land, 2 survived to flower, only to wither and die within the Senate. The Senate. The Senate. The Final Fantasy 16 Senate. They dictate whether or not status ailments are going to be in the game. And they decided no.
Let us know if you find any rotten plants. I'll see about replacing them.
Yeah, I almost got conned into going the wrong way again. I'm gonna change the song, man. I don't really care for most of these orchestrion songs in terms of being a bass song.
Hunting down bears, stringing.
I still think this is the better one. Need that chill music for the bass music.
Oh, bother. Whatever am I to do now, Clive?
About what?
I've 2 dresses that need stitching, but I haven't got a scrap of linen. Those girls' rags are so threadbare. It's a wonder they don't fall to pieces. And we most certainly cannot have that. A certain amount of decorum must be maintained, even here at the hideaway. You wouldn't want the poor things going without decent clothes now, would you?
Of course not. What can I do to help?
Oh, aren't you a dear? You see, I've paid for 2 bolts of cloth from the drapers in Northreach, blue and red. But they don't deliver, not to places that aren't on the map anyway, so I'll need someone to take this receipt and collect them.
And you'd have this someone be me.
I would. And don't let them fob you off with anything less than what I paid for. 1 bolt of blue and 1 of red. I expect them both. They said they'd give us new clothes. But we've no coin.
Uh-huh.
Our man in Dalamir
The hardest
mentioned
chicken.
Kingsguard
Well, we got new hunts. Down inside, ride, and north of Sorrowwise. I'm gonna write these down. West of Rosaria and north of Sorrowwise, Rosaria. Both in Rosaria. Visited the Great Continent?
I don't think so.
Of course I didn't, because I've never been. Thanks, you little shit. I mean, nectar the bold, not nectar the stupid. You're a little shit, aren't you?
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Here you go.
Yes.
Seen enough?
Two hunts. Man, I'm gonna go this side quest first. There's no hunts here. And then we'll go over to Rosario and hit the side quest and the 2 hunts that are there.
Keep them pilgers nice and chilled.
Look at this.
Let's hope the Draper has Hortense's cloth.
Might I interest you in some swansdown? Perhaps some
What?
seersucker or herringbone?
What'd you call me?
Just some linen. 2 bolts. Already paid for in full.
You're the sand sucker.
Apologies, my lord, but your items
Or whatever it was that you called
aren't
me.
here. They were due to arrive on a caravan from Bucklad, but there's been little traffic on the road these past few days. My mother thinks it might be bandits, but she always thinks it's bandits.
Probably
It usually
bandits.
is. So I assume the caravan will be coming from the south.
Yes, hopefully carrying all manner of spice and sundries. Wait, you aren't thinking of...
Going to find it. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Oh, well then, be safe.
Why did you say it like that? I want this song with the bass. Bill here? Nope, just me and my buddy Torvald.
Ready, girl? Fly, Ambrosia.
I can't switch while I'm on the chocobo.
That damn bird's a menace.
She meant nothing by it, I swear.
Straight home now.
Who's gonna buy my wares now? State your animals left them in.
But they hardly damaged us all.
Is there something wrong?
If you're a bandit come to steal my stuff, you're gonna be sorely disappointed. And all thanks to this fool.
But it was you who stepped into my path.
Only after that featherbrain trampled me. I demand recompense, be it in coin or the items you carry. Refuse, and I shall report you to the garrison and see you hanged.
These goods are expected in Northreach. I mean, they're not mine to give away.
You wouldn't happen to be on your way from Bucklad, would you?
I am, but did someone from the market send you? Please, you have to help me. I can pay whatever you ask.
So the fool has protection. And coin, too. Sorry, friend, but we'll be the ones taking it. Oi! Killer! It's time to collect!
I told you not to call me that. And we'd have already collected if you hadn't insisted we'd put on this little act.
Bandits!
As I told one of your customers, it usually is. Let's get this over with.
I'll deal with the bird lover. You take the answer, my killer.
Stop calling me that.
Dude didn't even get a hit. Easy.
All right. You made your point. Killer my ass.
Did he hurt you?
No, thankfully. He seemed intent on letting the bandit do his dirty work for him, and he would have succeeded had the Great Lender not sent you. My shipment is safe, and my livelihood with it. You must allow me to reward you.
We can speak of that once you're safe in Northreach. I'll accompany you there.
Oh, this quest is going to take me back, huh? Every other time it's like run 20 feet before you can progress. This time it's like, no, we'll take you there.
So you and my mother were right. It is always bandits.
And were it not for the kindness of our free sword here, you'd be buying your order back from them at twice the price. Now, if you don't mind, I have a pressing appointment at the Vale before my return to Boklad.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
Farewell.
That's not the way to the Vale.
Oh, I almost forgot. I suppose you'll be wanting your linen. You'll be happy to know both bolts arrived safely along with the rest of the delivery. I've also added a few extra lengths of our finest fabrics to the bundle. Free of charge.
Are you sure?
My mother would insist. It's the least we can do for the man who saved our shipment.
That's that done then. Now it's back to Hortense with her cloth.
No, it's time to go over here. And get some Morgan's beard. But first, I have to go get a drink because I haven't taken a break all day. Break time. I think one of the hunts is over here too.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other.
He's gonna get 2 birds stoned at once over here.
All right, Sid.
Ready, go?
It's gotta be like up this way. North of Sorrowwise region. It's probably up here somewhere. Where could it be? It's right here.
Straight home now.
Yep. Bum, bum, bum.
What the hell is this thing doing out of the road?
Oh. Holy shit. Wow, they want all of my health, dude. It's a little sketchy there for a second, but... Oh, Electrum. What I needed.
From the ruins it came, and to ruin it returns.
My high potions. I apparently accidentally drank my strength tonic at some point too.
Bushes near the Abbey are certainly damp. Let's see if they're damp enough for making beards.
Wow.
Certainly wasn't wrong about them being attracted to the flowers, though.
Ow. Wee, 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 wee.
Fire and blood!
380 stagger damage. A lot.
Bright yellow.
There's only one?
These are our Morgan beards, all right. Well, I've gone to this much trouble. Might as well gather as many as I can.
Oh, they're all in this area, though.
There's something familiar about this scent. It reminds me of home. Hopefully this will be enough.
It's a chest
I've had
here.
my fill
A
of
fancy
goblins.
chest. Alright, where's this other one? What's to Rion and to ride? Where the fuck? Up here. It's over in here somewhere. And then I'll have been done with all of the side stuff yet again. Side quests in this game are very much Final Fantasy VII Remake levels of side quests where they're kind of meaningless. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of true for like most games nowadays anyway, but oh, you might, my guy, hey bud. It's a secret to everybody. Bang, 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 bang.
Time to take the bull by the horns.
Man bear pig, yeah. Limit break? I don't think so. Does Torgal have health? No. I don't think any of your party members have health. So I'm pretty sure I just did that fight without getting hit. Get wrecked.
Well, locals are sleep easier without him at their gate.
Bing, 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 bing. I got your stuff.
Clive, sorry again for sending you all that way. But you did get my order, didn't you?
Don't worry. I have it. I believe this will more than satisfy your needs.
Let's see here. One bolt of red, one bolt of blue. What's this? I don't recall ordering any silk or velvet or... Is this gold work? Krieger's ghost. If that devilet of a draper expects me to pay for these...
You needn't worry on that score, Hortense. They were a gift. For services rendered. I can always return them if you like.
Oh no, oh, there's no need to be hasty now, Clive. I'm sure I can put all three to good use. Speaking of which one's most to your liking?
I don't know.
Go with white.
This one, I suppose.
I've a mind to give a piece to Jill. Did you know she's quite the little seamstress?
I know needlecraft was amongst her lessons at the castle.
Her lessons? Oh, that's right. The two of you were raised together in Rosalith, weren't you?
Not quite together, but when my father put down the uprising in the Northern Territories, Jill was taken as a ward to ensure that her father, the Silvermane, would keep the peace.
She's an honest-to-goodness princess then, isn't she? I could tell, you know. Some people just have that air about them. Not many round here, mind. I'd offered to sew her something that might better suit her station. But she'd most likely turn me down, as she always does. Tell me not to waste the fabric when it's better used on the children.
Don't take it the wrong way. She certainly seems to be attached to the last outfit you made her.
Oh. Sometimes I think she never takes it off.
Or perhaps she'll make something for herself with your gift. Either way, I'm sure she won't turn it down.
We'll see, I suppose.
We'll see, I suppose. More Sid points. How close am I to rank here?
Lady Hortense said she'd give us our dress.
Oh, I think I've reached it.
Man and Dallimore mentioned the Cooker's Guard haven't been seen there of late.
Ah, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Come to claim your just desserts?
Eric's medallion.
All yours.
What's that?
Best of luck out there, Sid.
So let's hear your backstory.
How may I help you today, Clive? Business is busy.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna stream AW at all? I mean, eventually, whenever I get the game. I'm not getting the game anytime soon, so...
Still.
So we'll have to see. We'll have to see when I do get around to getting the game.
May the goddess go with you.
Oh, I can get this stuff. Upgrade. Wonder how long the cooldown is on this. What's this? Increases potency, healing potency of potions. We don't have any more hunts, do we? No.
Is it business or pleasure?
Column A, little column B.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here.
Don't. Jump. Jump.
It is rare that we see you so often in the backyard, Sid. What brings you to the gardens?
Morgan Beard.
I found your flowers.
Yes, wonderful. These are almost identical to the plates in my tome. Did you have any trouble locating them?
Finding them was the easy part, but it's odd. They remind me of my childhood somehow. I don't remember these flowers specifically, but we must have grown them in the castle garden. If the petals are meant to improve the effectiveness of medicines, it's possible that the court physicers grew them for the tinctures and treatments they made my brother.
If the ducal healers were convinced of their properties, that is all the more reason to begin growing our own supply here. Oh, allow me to use some of the flowers you brought me to make something that might aid you on your travels. I need only a moment to extract the essence from the petals. And here we are. A phial of pure Morganbeard extract.
I'm not gonna do that.
A single drop added to any one of your restoratives will increase its potency. At least I hope it will.
Quest complete. Necessary for increasing consumable potency. Consumable potency enhanced. Don't even need the cleric's band. They just increased it for me. Don't even need to have it equipped. Hereby increasing the potency of most consumables. Both potions and high potions now restore more HP, while strength, stone skin, and Lionheart tonics last night. Cool.
Let's see about planting those seeds then.
Bing, 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 bing. Now I can continue playing the game. I don't think there's anything left to do side story-wise. No. I mean, I didn't even get a new letter, did I?
Is it true what I'm hearing, Cid?
One day, I want to sail all the way to the shore.
Uh-huh.
I've done what I can, but the rest is up to you. You need to start taking better care of yourself.
Understood. And thank you.
The curse has spread. Make sure she rests.
If it hurts, you can tell me, you know. I'll understand.
I can bear it.
But you shouldn't have to. Not anymore.
This isn't just your struggle, Clive. It's ours. And when we see how hard you fight, it inspires us to do the same. Or would you rather we left you to save the world all on your own?
Probably.
No. That's not... Ignore me.
Clive, where are you?
Thanks, Gav.
In here.
What's wrong?
Rosaria's under attack.
What?
This isn't the Dalmekian army we're talking about. It's the men of the Rock from Drake's Fang. Hugo Kupka's private guard. There is in hell in Rosalith, trying to batter down the castle gates.
Looking for me.
Seems that way. Reckon old Hugo has finally worked out who Cid really is.
Then this is just another trap.
Ah, it's a trap, all right. The daddy of all fucking traps.
I'm going to Rosalith.
You're not serious. That's exactly what he wants you to do, Clive.
Look, I don't know why Kupka harbors such a grudge against Cid. But as long as it's left to fester, our world will never know peace. He has dragged the rest of Storm into this pointless war just to find me. Besides which, I am not about to stand and watch while my home gets ground into the dirt. Hugo Kupka must die.
I've lost enough friends to that man already. I don't want to lose any more. So let's go and kill the bastard.
I'm coming too. After all, we're in this together.
All right. I should probably speak to Otto before leaving. We need to know what we're getting ourselves into.
And the music's all back to like bam bam bam. Up, yep, up, yep, up.
One day, I want
Yep.
to sail all
Up.
the way to the
Up.
shore.
Yep, up, yep, up, yep, yep, up, yep, up.
We must be ready to leave for Rosalith at a moment's notice.
Gov gave you the news then? We're leaving for Rosalith. But not before I know exactly what's going on. What have we heard?
All sorts. Nobody was expecting the Delmex to open up a new front against the Empire, least of all our friends in the provinces. Reports have been rolling in from all over the place, with Gnome 2 saying the same thing. I've been passing them on to Vivian, in the hope she can make sense of them. If you're set on going, you'll want to talk to her.
Understood.
I hopped up those stairs. You see that? Skipped
if it
them.
isn't my favorite
Stair
pupil.
skip.
Let's see now. Where did we leave? Well, this is a surprise. My lectures are rarely so well attended.
You know what they say? A little knowledge...
Big skip.
Can't hurt?
We're going to Rosalith to deal with Kupka. What's the
Already
situation
speedrunning. Speedrunning the
there,
game
Lord
already.
Rosfield. I'm sure you're champing at the bit to return to your roost. But to fully understand the present situation, one must first understand how it came to be.
All right. Hit me with it.
Let us begin with the story of Hugo Kupka,
Huh.
or the permanent economic advisor to the Dalmekian government, to give him his formal title.
Oh, he's
In a
called
republic
Titan.
founded on commerce, there could hardly be a more influential position. It has granted him both extraordinary wealth and extraordinary power. Not that he ever wanted for the latter. Being Titan's dominant, he is also Dalmekia's last line of defense, a fact he has used to his considerable advantage. Why, he was even able to pry Drake's Fang, one of the pillars of the Republic, from Parliament's grip. And he was quick to buy the loyalty of the Fang's protectors. Today they are his faithful creatures, a private army in all but name. The self-same army that marches upon Rosarian soil as we speak. By which I mean Imperial soil, not that you need reminding of the fact. Suffice it to say, the Empire's attentions are elsewhere at present, deadlocked as it is with Dalmekia over its occupation of the Crystalline Dominion, where its legions are now gathered. Scarcely a handful of garrisons remain to secure its western provinces, and half of them left after the fall of Drake's Breath. With the threat of the Ironblood thus diminished, they had little cause to fear a maritime invasion. And so today, only a token force guards the former duchy's shores, as Kupka was quick to descry. He landed his troops on the Rosarian coast without encountering so much as a single ship. All for you, Clive. He wants your head. And so he and his men advance upon Rosalith, not to capture the province, but to draw you out.
You said Kupka's forces sailed up the coast. What of Port Isolde, then? Is the city safe?
Quite, according to the Guardians of the Flame. The Dalmekian fleet floated by without incident, but not without remark. When they learned Kupka's forces were making for Rosalith, our friends were quick to begin arranging the exodus of her citizens. And so the stage will soon be set for your heroic homecoming. Alas, it will be a more trying task to enter the capital than it was to leave it. Hugo's men hold Buett Bridge, despite the Imperials' repeated attempts to wrest it back from their grasp. And they were careful not to repeat the Empire's mistake in neglecting their coastal defenses. The seas around Rosalith are firmly under Dalmekian control. So tell me, pupil mine, what do you believe to be the best route to Rosalith?
The north. We cross the northern border near Phoenix Gate, then take the road through Stillwind down to the capital. Hardly the quickest route, but at least we won't be spotted.
A little local knowledge goes a long way, and so must you.
We'd best get a move on then.
Oh, will you be going too?
Aye. I've been waiting a long time to give that fucker a taste of his own medicine. I would have missed this for the world.
All right. We should be on our way.
Lead on.
The animations are pretty top-notch. Go. No quests, no hunts. Oh, away we go.
Fortify the castle gates at once.
Hugo and his men have been busy. They've already breached the castle's outer wall. The Imperials are holding the ground for now, but it's only a matter of time before the keep falls. Those fuckers really went to town on this place. Almost like they want to wipe it off the map.
Just a means to an end.
All this for one man? They didn't have to go so far.
If you keep your wits about you, I reckon you can make it up to the castle without raising the alarm. I'll sniff out any townsfolk who haven't escaped yet and send them on their way.
Be careful.
Likewise. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
I thought I was ready for this, but...
I know. It's like a nightmare. This was our home. Come on, Clive. We have to keep going.
We're How did you, man, it's impressive that he whistled with his gloves, armored gloves on.
This isn't an invasion. It's a massacre.
He'll stop at nothing, Clive. Nothing.
Why do this?
Clive, we can get through here.
Will cast protect for his defense, certified by a shield up icon over the head while using your sword, and simply avoid using your sword and employ magic to quickly. Okay.
And there's only one fitting punishment.
You did it. Oh yeah, I have this now. That is a long cooldown. I am not using it. I would rather upgrade this. In this. It's probably cool for like boss fights or something. I don't know. Maybe in New Game Plus on the harder difficulty. I don't know. Right now, I don't need something with a gigantic 2-hour-long cooldown, dude. Especially when it doesn't really do that much more damage. And it does the same stagger as Cyclone. I think they're dead.
Look what we have here.
Gentlemen,
You want this game?
How's it feel to get massacred?
cut them down! With me, men! For the Emperor!
Out of our way! Farewell! It's over!
What's the name of that game? Called I Win. Five passages, okay. This area does not run very well. This town would probably be really bad on performance mode.
Get out of my system or die!
You can't. Nope. The game. It is dipping into the 20s for frame rate.
We're nearly at the castle. It ends there.
Does it then? Oh, hey, that's a lot of dudes.
Set her loose!
Ooh.
They have a curl.
Actually a curl. I'm gonna keep calling it a coral, but not a war panther like the other one was.
Ready?
What do you think?
Oh, it was on cooldown. Fuck me, dude. They do like paralysis is what they do. I think in a couple of them they just have instant kills too.
Building up to something.
We need to stop it. Whatever it takes.
Kill!
It's down.
Jesus Christ.
Let's make this count.
Ow. Dude, I hit the button. There we go. think they might have done Doom in some of the old ones too. I know in Final Fantasy 2, they just have a chance to instantly kill you on regular attacks. There's nothing you can do about it.
Jill!
We meet at last, Sid. Or should I say, Lord Rosfield? I've been looking for you for a very long time.
Let her go, Kuka.
I'm so glad you accepted my invitation. I went to some trouble with the decorations. Do you like what I've done with the place?
Bastard.
Such a pity your predecessor couldn't join us. But I am sure you will prove compelling company. Be still, little snowflake. I would not have you melt before your starring moment. Now, on to the festivities.
Hey, we're having festivities. It's fun time, right? We're gonna go play Mario Party or something, right? I think it might. Yeah, it might seal their magic based on the fact that it's got some crazy blue shit in it.
That's just great, that is. I suppose it's up to me then.
Yeah, and the way they reacted, yeah. Do I get to play as Gav now? Stealth mission as Gav?
Headsman!
Oh. Gonna have a beheading, huh?
Where do you want me?
You! Bring the prisoner!
All better have a playable part.
Yes, no more than she deserves for getting into bed with an outlaw.
We should get into mine.
Lord Kupka commands your presence. You're to bear witness to the girl's execution.
Such a waste.
Gav. Shh.
Crystal fetters are a bastard to open, just so you know. Don't worry, I'll have them off before you can blink.
Where's Jill?
In the courtyard.
Shit. We have to hurry.
The Imperials have sounded the retreat and cleared out of the castle, but the place is still swarming with Kupka's men.
Leave them to me.
I'll make my way up top and circle round the back. Quick as you like, eh? Nearly forgot.
Hold on, Jill. I'm coming. have to get to the courtyard.
Feeding me a lot of potions.
Don't you let her die.
I hope you've got a plan, Clive, because we are fucked if you don't.
What a portal.
Jill, can you stand?
Come, Lord Rosfield. Don't tell me you tire of my entertainment.
A little bit.
Enough! Yes. Perhaps it is time we served the main repast. I trust you are hungry!
Need this?
Much obliged.
Stay close. We're getting out of here. And Toggle, thank you.
That includes you.
You pick one name for summons? Yeah. Ow. 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 Carbuncle Twirl escape from working, yeah.
Still breathing, are you?
Excellent. Then Lord Kupka's reward shall be ours.
That's what Buggy's always sticking in trees.
Let him come.
Get wrecked, nerd. Give me that level up.
It's over.
It's over.
For now. But I bet that wasn't the last of them. And they won't stop hunting us until Kupka's dead. So you get in there and finish the job, eh?
Go on. If they come again, we'll hold them back.
All right. But be careful.
Yeah.
I promise you, Sid. You'll die by my hand.
More potions. I can't use. You'd still be at full health for this fight.
You're late. Trouble on the way.
Just enjoying your entertainment.
How gratifying. Have you come to defend your father's throne, Lord Ross?
This is going to be the Titan fight. I wonder if they went as ham with the Titan music as they did in 14.
Duchy of Rosaria.
I mean, they snuck the Garuda 14 theme into the 16 Garuda theme.
An army, even a people, a veritable kingdom of dust. Truly, I see no throne to defend.
14. Yeah, both versions of Titan's 14 theme, both the A Realm Reborn one and the Eden Fight version.
Enough of your games, Kupka.
It's gonna be the third Titan theme that Soken has made.
Sid's head in a box. Imagine my disappointment when I learned that he met his end at the hand of another. And my relief to learn that you had taken up his thrice damned name.
Well, he's been pretty reserved in this game, so who knows? There's really only one song. When I fought the Typhon,
Your master slew
fight was like the most.
and defiled her body.
They definitely went for like a more classical approach for this game, for the music.
To bear that murderer's name, then you shall answer for his crimes.
The only crimes I shall answer for are my own. Sid did everything in his power to save that woman, though she was long past saving. And so I did what he couldn't. It was me all along, Hugo.
It was you.
It was actually.
You killed her.
I did.
Then I am fortunate indeed. I had thought the most I could wish for was to take the life of one he loved, just as he did to me. But it seems I was wrong. And I shall have my revenge. We shared a dream. I would be the king of the world. She would be my queen. And together, we would rule like the gods we are. But you crushed that dream.
pounding you to dust! Hear me, Rosefield! You will pay for what you've done. I'll tear you apart with my bare hands!
And what of you? How many people have you killed? How many dreams have you crushed? You're not the only one who's seen their world fall apart around them.
Yeah, the rock accents are cool.
No pity for me, Kuka.
Probably shouldn't have been evil.
No pity and no mercy. Now die!
Ooh.
What becomes of
Ow.
you dare to cross me? Cross! I'll kill you!
Let's try.
Let's see.
You will die by my hand, Rosefield. My hatred for you is unending, unyielding. Let this house be your grave!
Oh, shit.
That only did 4,500 damage? Damn, I guess when you're made of rock. Knock the rock off of them. Taking on Titan inside a stone castle, yeah. Well, they knew it was a trap from the beginning, so...
The world has chosen. I am in my element. There's no escape. The earth will always be my domain. Fire and flame. Give me surrender.
Wrong button. No castle. Ow, ow. Weight of the Land. I like that they're all, it's just all 14 move names. Did that way too fucking early. Nope. Holy shit.
Just like your forefathers. Your journey ends.
Somehow dodged it. Okay. What I get for trying to dodge too much stuff. Cool. Rockman stage, yeah. Ooh, an earth shard. That means I get to make a titan sword that I can use for one story mission. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Just a flesh wound. I think it's a little bit. I think it's a little deeper than a flesh wound. Where's my icon flag?
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
I just absorbed Titan powers. He's still strong. He doesn't need hands.
I'll fucking kill you.
There. You mustn't get yourself worked up.
Wait!
Another time, Mythos.
All right then.
Is that all of them?
I think
Or
so.
that man's supposed to see it.
Well, you the scum. Who the fuck invited them? Not that that's the biggest surprise we've had today. Where did you learn to do that, Torgal? Not telling, eh? Suit yourself.
Gav, we have to find Clive.
Right, sorry.
No, not Gab. Oh, Clive found us.
You missed one.
We were worried.
So was I.
Well, that might explain why Torgal is an 18-year-old dog that's not aging anymore.
I was so close. If it hadn't been for my gift, I would have finished him.
I'm just glad you got out of there alive.
When did the Royalists arrive?
Right after you went inside. Just when we thought we were shot of Titans, lot. In pile Odins. Not enough of them to worry us, though.
No. You didn't see the one who took Kukra away.
So, what? You think they came here to save him? Well, I'll be fucked if I know what's going on, but every minute we spend racking our brains, that bastard's getting further away. So what do we do?
You're gonna have chainsaw hands. Double chainsaw hands.
We go back to the hideaway. I'm too tired to think. As are you, by the looks of it. And after what Jill's been through. Let's worry about Kuka later, shall we?
Yeah, the man doesn't have hands anymore.
Aye.
How dangerous could he be?
All right. Well, give
Man
us
with
a
no
chance
hands?
to solve the riddle of your magic mud too. Hey, how you feeling? Ready to go home?
Give him some scissors. Throwing hands to the next level. Nobody's gonna get these hands anymore. See, this is what I'm talking about. These little things right here irk me. Why take me to the map and literally make me go here and press X when I can't go anywhere else? Just fucking take the player to it. It's a really small pet peeve of my own. That doesn't really like detract from the game at all, but it's like, why bother? Why bother taking you back to the map to make you go to the place that you have to go to? Just go there. Just launch into the next cutscene. Just load it up.
Look at the state of you. You're more of a wreck than this place.
He breaks between movies,
Is this
yeah.
what you call taking better care of yourself? No more excuses, your ladyship. I order you to rest. Fine. I'll rest.
Oh, my foot. Oh, my foot. Oh, my foot. Yeah, but you can pause. That's true.
Don't worry, Gav. She's in good hands.
But we should have never let her fall into Hugo's. Back when he had some like. The question is, where is he now?
And what the hell were those royalists doing there?
I was wondering about that all the way home.
Gav is great.
Otto may have heard something. I'll talk to him.
And I'll talk to Torms.
The lawsman. About what?
About your faithful hound for a start. If any four-legged friend's ever done that before, I'm betting Torms will have read about it. But what I want to know is, what happens afterwards? It's all well and good Torgal saving our arses, but if it costs him what it cost Jill...
Right. Let me know if you learn anything.
Will do. And you do the same, eh?
Jill. Listen to Taya.
I will. Thank you.
Yeah, take a breather. I'm gonna do side quests and hunts, probably. The power of Earth. I have Titan now. Oh, he's got a block, huh? I can go fuck around and Titan's block. Oh. New hunts. 1. A singular new hunt. Muddy Murder. So, A rank hunt. Hawks. Cry. Cliff. Rosaria. Not but a puddle of strange sludge from a distance. Any man or beast that draws too close is met with masses of slimy hands that drag their prey into a gaping, grinning maw. Is this what we want for our children? Yeah. Clive's the weird one that can soak up everybody else's powers.
Clive! Here you go.
Like
Always
that, yeah.
something in there.
Clive is the Final Fantasy bread. No side quests, huh?
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again. Jill looked white as a sheet when they brought her.
Can I make anything? Oh. Let's go level up tomes. Advance. Well, I mean, I'm gonna go do this hunt first. That's probably how I'm gonna end the day.
I know. Let's write.
My knowledge is yours. I have a few new notes that might interest you. There is a rather fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you.
Krieg.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Torms is gonna look into what happened to Torgal for us. You make sure he's not hurting himself doing... well, whatever the fuck it is he did.
Where is this? I wrote it down. Hawks Cry Cliff, Rosaria. This is not Rosaria. This is Rosaria. Hawks Cry Cliff, huh? Hawks Cry Cliff. Is the level just for lore? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you get anything other than just more lore entries, but... Hawks Cry Cliff, huh? Where could it be?
girl?
Yeah, Torgal been keeping secrets. I have a feeling that Torgal is Fenrir. I think I called that on like day 2 or something. We were talking about Torgal possibly getting icon powers. That's what I'm guessing anyway. I'm guessing that Torgal is Fenrir. Where's my hunt at? Not here. There's not many places for this thing to be hiding. This looks like the most boss fighty location. Oh, I got kicked off. Found it. Has there ever been a summon? I'm not sure. Oh, you're level 38.
Take us unawares,
Six for sure. Yeah, probably 6. 6 is weird because it has so many. Well, this may be the first time that I die because I'm fighting something 8 levels higher than me. Whoa. Elemental weaknesses in this? No. There's no elemental weaknesses, no status effect. Stuff like this in this game. 5,200 experience. All right. That was almost a full entire level up. Oh, hey, I needed that.
Well, it's dead now. Whatever it was.
Accidentally used my strength tonics, which is fine. You know, just killing something 8 levels higher than me, it's no big deal. Now I can make the cool thing, which I don't know if it's better than what I have, but gonna find out. I think it is. Still.
What do you need? What do you want?
This. Yeah, it's still better. I can make both of these things. No, I can't. I don't have enough Scarletite. Fuck, where do I get Scarletite, dude? I think it's better to go with the Drakeslayer's belt than the bracelet at the moment. Or Torkoal flush pattern for sewing, knitting, or crochet yet? Oh, darn. Give it some time. Give it some time.
No scratches, right? And?
Maybe when more people... Maybe when the game comes on PC and more people can play the game. They posted sales numbers today.
Well, don't just stand there.
I have a
dog.
feeling that Square Enix is not very happy. But I could be wrong. But it's Square Enix, so I could see them not being very happy.
Blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. Is that
You know,
all?
a measly 3 million. It sold less than 7 Remake and like twice as less as 15 did in the first week.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Not all of the nobles made it out alive.
And how may I assist you today?
How may I help you today?
Study it well, Clive.
7 Remake was PS4 only. For the first year and a half. Yeah, still a larger base, but
The state of the realm
I
is
don't really
ever-changing.
I don't think Square cares about percentage of. Here's the thing with Square Enix is that Square Enix wanted more copies of 16 to sell than there are PlayStation 5s that have sold, because Square Enix runs a very weird business in that their expectations are insane. There's games that they have that have sold 10 million, and that's still below expectations for them. Like, I think 15 sold like 7 million in the first 3 days, and I think that was below expectations for the higher ups at Square Enix. The higher ups and execs at Square Enix are very fucking just, they're crazy. They're the craziest shit.
Clive, anything catch your eye? Think you can help?
And literally the whole reason that this game is not on Xbox is because Xbox didn't pay enough.
Jill looked white as a sheet.
What is the Titan ability? I should probably look at the Titan abilities too. I don't know if I'll even use Titan though. I don't know if I'm gonna like any of the things that Titan has. I might like it better than the Ramu Thunder thing though. Okay, Circle is the block. Okay. Yeah, I kinda like that. I kind of like that. I might get this. Fuck. I might get rid of Ramu and do this. Who's the main character? Still 100 million? Yeah, definitely. How much would this cost to master? Not enough. Well, I can leave it. Actually, can I get rid of this? It's funny that I just mastered a Ramu thing, or a Titan thing, to put it on Ramu. And now I'm not using Ramu abilities at all anymore. Maybe I should just put Titan here. And fucking ignition, dude. Yeah, I think this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it like this. Now let me see how this works real quick. Oh, oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, I can mash it to do more. Okay, good. Man, it's pretty sick. Okay, that's pretty cool. I'll probably roll Titan. It's pretty sick, actually. Having another ability that I can use as a reactionary technically dodge is good. The timing on it is pretty much what I was hoping it would be. It's not like some stupid, like, it's not like a startup frame for it, so we're good. Alright, that should probably be it. More Final Fantasy 16 and story stuff tomorrow. We'll see how much more of the game is left. I don't know. Does this tell me? Does the PlayStation tell me? What does PlayStation say I'm at now? 52%.